Good morning. Hello all, good morning. How are we all doing? Good morning, good evening, and goodbye. End stream. 75, oh my god. That's... whoa. Insane. Temperature's bearable today? That's good. What am I doing? I'm flying, that's right. I got all the Lakeland stuff? Did I? Did I finish doing Lakelands? Aether Currents. I did finish doing Lakelands. Okay, so now I gotta do... I'll do... the Raktika Greatwood. Wait! Don't get too close to the heater. Ba-da-ba-da. Say, aren't you a Shato? Master Materia speaks quite highly of you. I'm sure you have more important things to concern yourself with, but I need help, and there's no one else I can turn to. That's an insane amount. It's concerning. It's my friend, Quinfort. Ever since we were young, he's always excelled in the arcane arts. In fact, even now, he's training to become a priest of the Knights Blessed. Perhaps the greatest of his gifts is clairvoyance. But I fear it's taken a toll on his mind as of late. He's always been different, but not like this. He's changed. Frighteningly so. The others think him no stranger than usual, but they're wrong. And I mean to prove it. You don't know him like we do, which is precisely why I'd like you to talk with him, to get an objective opinion on the matter. Assuming we find out what ails him, I hope there's a way to cure it. Oh god. This quest? I'm terrified. Which of these holes are you in? This one. As foretold by the will of the wood. We meet at last! I've been expecting you, Oshato. Oh, I have auto progress on. Shh. No one else must hear of this. Not yet. My dreams are plagued with visions of the future. Calamity is upon us, and each night I witness our impending doom. But hope is not yet lost, for the dreams speak to me of a savior in the form of a great serpent. It was revered as a god in the days of the Ronkin Empire, and I believe it yet lives in the Great Woods, waiting to be roused from slumber. It has many names. Many would call it the Protector, some the Great Destroyer. The will of the wood demands I find this great serpent. It is our only hope of salvation. I have been chosen, Oshato, to be the savior of Slitherbow. Oh, this is where you two have been hiding. Now that you've gotten to know one another, what do you think? His dreams are of an ill omen. You believe him? I fear I've made a terrible mistake. Please don't tell me you two have communed with the will of a star or some such nonsense.
Good smell. Flavor.
Hello, Tiffany. Falan, please. We're in the midst of a most important discussion. When you first began talks of these dreams and delusions, I held my peace, but I won't let you drag anyone else into this. Such narrow-minded thinking is why only I have been chosen by the wood, by the great serpent. Yes, Quinford, whatever you say. You've mocked me for the last time, Valen. I will summon the great serpent this very day and prove to you the truth of my visions. Quinford, wait! Where are you going? To meet with misfortune would likely bring him to his senses, but he is my friend, and I can't stand the thought of him getting hurt out there. Would you help me look for him? If anything should happen to him, I'll never forgive myself. No, I'm going to keep feeding his delusions. If I feed the delusions... Oh yeah, I can't fly here. If I feed the delusions and they turn out to be wrong, then he'll be fine. And if I feed the delusions and they turn out to be right, then no problem. That's how that works, right? It totally won't break his worldview. Hop, hop, hop. It's a choice location. Lahi. Over there. I think I see him. Damn, you got some good eyes. Whoa. I don't see shit. How the fuck did you see him? There was a fucking cliff in the way. You really do have some good eyes. Enough, Quinford. Even you should recognize the danger of wandering off alone in these woods. You really have gone mad, haven't you? Mock me all you like, Valan, but now you will bear witness to the truth with your own eyes. Behold, the divine protector of Ronka, the great serpent of legend. No, it can't be. Is it Little Snake? What the fuck is that? That's the great serpent? I see nothing great about that. What is it exactly? I refuse to believe that's a serpent. Please tell me you're joking. Do not be jealous, Valan. The will of the wood works in mysterious ways, and this serpent is the key to our deliverance. That looks like a bee without legs or wings. Scree! Okay, I remember people talking, like, you guys talking about Scree a while ago. I was confused, because there's an area in, there's an area in... Why can't I click into this? In Eorzea. Scree! There's a whole... I was like... every time this popped up when I walked through it, I was like, Scree! But there's a little thing called Scree. I shall do the quest chain at some point. Right now, I'm looking to do... get Aether Currents. Do 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 do. You're the guest Master Materia was. My light just flickered. Was telling us about. Please, you have to help me. I've searched high and low, but I can't find my friend Carnes anywhere. I fear he's run off to Fort Gone again. It's where we grew up, but it was abandoned years ago after the Sin-Eaters attacked. The place is teeming with all manner of beasts now, and Master Materia has expressly forbidden anyone from setting foot there. I don't know what's gotten into him lately, but we have to find him before he gets hurt. If you should find him first, you want to tell him our password. Tuck 2? He's the skittish sort. Don't delay in telling him, so he'll know you mean no harm. That's some cool armor. Into the MSQ we go. Alright, what do we got this time? How horrible is it gonna be? It's Praetorium! Yay! Bunny! Oh, that's what that was. Damn, almost. Level 52 for the second part of the AoE. Alright. Into a cutscene. Into the cutscene for 50 years. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. I have an upside-down cat next to me. She is adorable. You look so happy. You're enjoying the heater. My neck is so sore today. Hello, honeybee. No sound? Hold on. I'm in this cutscene. I can type. My neck is in so much pain. Must have slept on it really bad last night or something. Do. Alright, cutscene into cutscene into cutscene. Let's go. Oh, God. My neck is in so much pain today. Oh, cry about it. Cry about it, Nero. Please keep crying. We're gonna fight now? We fighting. Almost. Alright, now for the Gaius Yap.
Look for the lips control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby. Take the lid down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima weapon.
fight.
For whom do you fight?
Do you believe in Eorzea? Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well in Cartano and call them down? They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, every one. Except for this, and you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Swan, to grovel at their feet? The answer? Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise.
Who are our masters in this context? Are you talking about the Alliance leaders?
The world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak.
I've never really thought about them as my masters. I don't fight for them.
When a single path is open to the infinite ruler, that of false
I guess I was fighting for them at this point.
leads to innovation and death. Only a man of power can rightly steer the course of civilization. And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation. Come, champion of Eorzea. Face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule. It is only right that I should take your realm, but none among you has the power to stop me.
That's true. I got the LB off this time. It didn't even kill him. Ba da 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 da. Ba 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 ba. Rude. Stay away, I beg of you. Oh, yeah, that's right. I need to say things. Tuck to. Oh, I need to say. Tuck to. Oh, okay. Never mind. Whoops. Oh, alright, I'm not crying about it anymore. Ow! Oh. How did I not get hit by the fire? Oh no, I don't even have the third thing. Mudra. Knives everywhere. We've got a Joestar in the party. Ugh. We got Joey Joestar. Alright, time for this fucking thing. Alright, taking bets. How many times am I gonna get knocked into the sky this time? Da, 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 da. Maybe 0. It was 0. Yay, I leveled up. All dead. I got landed on. Well, we seem to be doing pretty good at bursting him down. I feel like there would have been normally like another instance of him getting up before now. Yeah. Yeah, because I feel like he almost does. I feel like he does 2 lots of the wave before he does the spikes normally. So we must be doing more damage than I normally do when I do this. And he's dead. Don't want it. Don't want it. Alright, I'll finish this one and then back into the MSQ. Oh yeah, that's right. Again, the thing. It would help if I could spell. You're some Slitherbow? Vathorn must have sent you then. I was fine until that damned beetle. It's only a scratch, but I'm starting to feel numb. And my vision's growing clouded. Worst of all, I dropped my only vial of serum somewhere in these damned woods. Can you find it for me? So far away. Ba-da-da-da-da. Boom, 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 ba, 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 ba. Oh. Hey, Varthon. There you are. Did you find it? Here you go. Thank you. I should be fine now after a bit of rest. What were you thinking coming back here? You could have been killed. I had to, Varthorn, for my father. So that's that now. Now I go to the Crystarium. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-da-da. Oh, sir, you're awake? You were injured during the foray on Mount Gulg, yes? I was here at my station as always when they carried you in on a makeshift stretcher looking disturbingly bereft of vigor. And to compound my worry, the sky has... well, I'm sure you've seen. It has everyone rather concerned, to say the least. Seeing you up and about is the first good news we've had in a while. Assuming you feel strong enough, would you mayhap consider a stroll around the city to reassure our anxious citizens? Bragi was one of those who helped convey you to your chambers, and he has visited several times to inquire about your condition. It's going well. How are you doing? I don't know if you're still muted or not. If you're not muted, hi, I'm doing well. Other than my exceedingly sore neck, how are you? I think I slept bad. It really hurts. Well, well, look who's back from the dead. It's a grim sight. Your companions looked fair ready to drop when they brought you in, so I offered a helping hand. Couldn't bear to see them struggle so. And you, my friend, I feared you had one foot in the grave. Cold and lifeless you were, like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. They told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor Exarch away in the midst of the chaos. Wicked White, what is this world coming to? But Mona never sold a thing, did it? Nay, it's times like these we Crystarium folk stand tall and do what needs to be done. Trade with Yulmore is back on the table. We'd best make use of those resources to fortify the city against the Eaters. Or whatever misery the fates deem fit to throw us out next. Speaking of misery, Chesamil was worried sick about you. A healer wringing her hands, it's not a sight you ever want to see, let me tell you. Oh, fuck. Oh, sweetie, you're alive. No one's been allowed to see you. Even Spigiric's surgeons were forbidden from making visits. Reen was kind enough to tell me you were showing symptoms similar to Eater corruption, so I suppose there was little any of us could have done for you in any case. As for your companions, they've been rushing hither and yon, seeking a cure to your condition. I worry to see their faces grown even more haggard every time they pass through the Crystarium. I shall let them know you're awake, and when they come to see you, sweetie, please do convince them to rest a little. They won't be helping anyone if they'll collapse of exhaustion. And our own Moraine has been little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet, too busy with his nose buried in one dusty tome or another. Confound it. It says the same thing as the last. Mayhap I should approach the problem from a different perspective. The chateau! It is truly you, and not some figment of my imagination? Oh, but this is wonderful. 'Twould seem our prayers have been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shelves for the wisdom to explain this most worrisome conundrum. Why, with all the Light Wardens defeated, has the light returned to obscure the sky? I must have pored over 100 tomes, but no definitive conclusion seems forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you're awake, however, I am hopeful the search for our stolen steward might begin in earnest. Catless, meanwhile, leads the Crystal Mean in preparation for battle. Though against what foe, we are as yet uncertain. Why not pay her a visit? I expect to seeing you upright would be a much welcome relief. Is that reflective? Or is there just more down there? Which one's furthest away? Somana. A chateau, alive and well, I see. You gave us all a proper fright, you know that. Not a day's gone by that I haven't heard folk worrying about what's to become of you and the Exarch. Anyway, I'm glad you've recovered enough to stand. You're not planning on striking out straight away, though, are you? I was hoping to have a better look at your equipment. If we'd been able to provide you with better weapons or sturdier helms, then maybe you would have won the day, and the Exarch would still be here. As such, we're keenly busy consulting each other on new forging techniques and designs and the like. If you could stand still a moment, I'd like to assess the gear we're trying to improve. Maybe it would help if I actually wore a helmet. Probably not. I have a helmet in spirit. Well, that's some fine work, I must admit. It wouldn't be impossible to make something better, but we need to experiment with different patterns and materials. I'm not sure we have that kind of time. That sounds like a challenge he would enjoy. Greetings, Glynard. The Master of the Stairs is running his own errands now, is he? Is this the merchant that I went to, the kobolds with? Well, my servers are distraught enough as it is. I didn't want to crack the whip too hard. But never mind that. Or is he the tavern keep? I'm thinking our absent genius and his epiphanies are the perfect answer to this predicament of yours. And by genius you mean old Grinalt. He's a man of unrivaled gifts, I won't argue with you there. But what good does his talent do if you can't bloody find him? No one's seen hide or hair of Grinalt since he wandered off some years ago. You know what he's like once he latches onto an idea. He's probably cloistered himself in some forgotten cave.
Good smell.
Flavor! Completely absorbed in his latest creation. I wouldn't even know where to start looking. That does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet, I wager he'll show up soon enough. In my time at the bar, there's many is the tale I've heard of strangely fated encounters, even if a few of them might be stretching the truth just a bit. We'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you do encounter Grinalt, it'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on our slow and steady progress. This is all talk for when you're fully recovered, of course. I'll let you get back to convalescing, eh? Alright, before you do that, you're actually the reason I came over here in the first place. I don't suggest partaking of my stock until you're properly well, but if you're passing near the stairs, I have a few late regulars I'd like to introduce you to. A raid! Hello, raiders! How are we all doing? Hello, Materia. How is your stream? And best be getting back. Just because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit now, does it? How was stream? Did everyone enjoy stream? This is good. Oxygen is always helpful. Here, we can't forget the heart upon which the city was founded, or the Exarch might not have much of a home to return to. Chateau, are you alright? I think a return to your sickbed might be in order. Or you might consider resting a while atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make for the most soothing scenery, but the Exarch often liked to stand there and feel the wind upon his face. I think I want to go up there this time, is that right? Yeah. Hop. Splat. Is this your first playthrough of the game? Or have you like stopped and started a couple of times? Because, like, at least in my experience, colony sims never go well the first time you play them. You, like, almost die immediately.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight.
Yeah, well, it depends on the colony sim and how much you've played it. Like, the main one I've played before is RimWorld. I like playing RimWorld a lot. But my colonies at the start didn't last, you know, more than like a week in-game. Now I can make them go pretty much until I get bored.
I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone. And that you're responsible.
I love RimWorld. I also really like playing Dwarf Fortress when my brain can deal with it, but my brain can very rarely deal with Dwarf Fortress. So I only play that like every couple of years. The game is too much for my brain. I'm not smart enough for that.
an all too familiar one. Here you stand alone, expecting no one else to bear the burden for you.
Do you only play Randy? I like the middle storyteller. I forget which one it is. The kind of balanced natural progression kind of thing.
You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out.
Nice, nice. Glad you had fun with it.
But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet.
Oh, Ardbert's got that will back. He's got the fight back. I can't remember which one I normally do. It's either it's Cassandra or Phoebe. I don't normally do Randy.
I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice, one last fight, one last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. We'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had.
That was pretty cool.
Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? And so we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burned so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their...
Oh, oops.
No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive.
Do it. Do it. It'll...
Well, come on, then.
It'll do something with the light inside you. He seemed to calm it the last time he got close to you. Yeah.
As I thought. What happened between us was no coincidence. My story may be finished. The fates have gifted me a minor role in yours.
I would never. I love Ardbert. He's like... He's very much up there as being one of my favorite characters.
I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood.
I love him so much.
I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie.
Why aren't you the queen or the king? What's going on?
Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours. My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you? Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle. It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Eorzea will rise up in your defense. My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them. What? Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion. And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower?
So, I was initially thinking... So, like I said before, that, like, I think Faerul has some of the best voice acting in the expansion. It might be some of the best voice acting in the game so far. However, I will put an asterisk on that. When I first heard Ardbert speak, when he was, like, the Warrior of Darkness in the Source, I thought his voice was a little too... I don't know, it didn't quite fit the character that he was doing when we heard him speak. I don't think we had voice acting for him very often, but like there was a couple of times and I was like, this doesn't feel quite right. But then in the scenes that we've had of him in Shadowbringers, the voice fits with the melancholy, like, lost soul so well.
Oh, my dear beloved sapling. You are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place.
That's true. That's a really good way of looking at it. It's almost like there's a certain level of unsurety that permeates through his voice, and I think he reflects that really well.
Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue. You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
I love this style, like, this style depiction of, like, the fae and fairies and stuff like that. Very, like, core Shakespearean. Like, straight on that Midsummer's Night Dream style of fairy. Love it. Love it so much. Someone else is having their moment. Oh, it's Saya Man! I saw him yesterday. There's also a Saya girl, too. I wonder if it's the same person, like, playing both of them. Because I never saw them both at the same time. Hello, Faye. Speaking of Faye... well, I guess, fatal. Oh. How you doing? I did not expect to see you up on your feet so soon. Surely you have not come in search of an Amaro. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? I'm happy to share, but I fear there will be no surprising revelations. As any in the city could tell you, he's a man of wisdom and compassion and many untold secrets. How long did you manage to sleep for? But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the tower for resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us but one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons past, a comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. The Exarch merely smiled and said, "Because one day the Crystal Tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived." That looks like a gate that should open. Oh. Alas, it is not. So, how have you found trying to get up onto your bed? You been having fun with it? Oh, Saya Girl. Okay. They do exist at the same time. I still haven't seen them in the same place, but... They definitely didn't swap logins that quickly. Oh, was there something else you need? If you've come for the results of my research into persistent light, I'm afraid there's little to tell as of yet. Records pertaining to the Exarch. Well, I need no documentation to relay what little I know of his history, if that is what interests you. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the Flood, when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon thereafter. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, be they locals who had lost their homes, or Verberites fleeing their ruined kingdom, and together did they found the city, which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, for he refused to share his name, but the summoner did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Thus did the people consider his scintillating skin so alike to the tower he had summoned, and bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, it would seem that is a mystery that would remains unsolved to this day. But we know his name. We know it now. Yeah, I can't imagine using a stepladder to get into bed. Shato, it's good to see you and awake and alert, my friend. What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? I'm not sure how much I can tell you, considering we avoid asking too many questions. Unspoken rule and all that. If anyone has fresh insights to share, that'd be Captain Lena, I'd say. She lost her parents to an Eater attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, those two are like grandfather and granddaughter. I imagine the news of his predicament did hit her doubly hard. Not that our proud captain would ever let it show. If you decide to talk to Lena, she'd be at her usual post at the Ascensor Gate. This way. Well, at least you found a stepladder to get into bed with. So, something that's amusing, so I have two, I've got two different screens, well, two different, interfaces that I see the chat with, and one of them's in dark mode, and the other one's in light mode. I have both of them for different reasons, but because one of them's in light mode, I can never see your name on it, because you have your, like, stream identity to use, like, white text for your name. So, your name is just blank to me on one of them. You're extra visible on the other one, though. Because it's black, it's white on black. Shato, I was not told you had awoken. A welcome surprise. Now, only if the Exarch was returned to us. He was taken by this rival of yours, was he not? Your companions mentioned they had an idea of where to find him. So I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw you had fallen. Only then did I realize that I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing. In the moments before he left to join you in Eorzea, the Exarch entrusted me with a key. It opens a door in the ocular to a chamber known as the Umbilicus. This room is the heart of the tower, into which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. He bid me allow none into the tower once he had departed. Only in the event that an army of eaters descended upon the city was to access the Umbilicus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me with such instructions, but the battle with Vorthri loomed near, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought. Since then, however, that moment is all that occupies my mind. When I recall the look upon his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited him. Tell me, Oshato, I need to know what he feared. What battle you and your companions are truly fighting. Forgive me. I trust in the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these doubts when he is not here to respond to them personally. But you have come to me with a question of your own, have you not? My cat just booped herself. I went to pat her and she just booped herself on my... booped her nose into my finger. See, I'm not the only one who burns for answers. The time has come to open the tower's heart. Though we do not face an invasion of eaters, I suspect the city will be in far more danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. In his garden. Come, meet me in the ocular, and I will unlock the door within. Lena is also a character that I really like in this. I think Shadowbringers, like, definitely has the strongest characters of all of the expansions thus far. Master Oshato, the captain said to expect you.
I have unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free to enter.
I really like your voice too. It's really nice.
Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
I have no idea what accent that's meant to be, but it's cool. It's a similar accent to Fran had in 12. I still have no idea what accent Fran was meant to have either. Oh, so many books. What do you expect me to do here? Wasn't the whole thing that only someone of Allegan blood can control the tower? Or was he just hoping I'd have an echo moment in here? Ah, Urianger's been here.
A moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee. Thy true name is Grahatia, then? By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th Umbral Calamity hath visited devastation upon our star.
He time-traveled!
Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
This is the first time I think I've seen Urianger, like, overwhelmed by information.
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest. In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the River of Time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds. Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes, and thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope, we are finished. Mankind is finished." Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass. The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Cid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me. By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th Umbral Calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Cid and his compeers.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the Source.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only man who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous. Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Cid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward. 'Tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was him. The Warrior of Light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, he would rise above. Where others would break and run, he would carry on. The Warrior of Light's tale is one of unyielding bravery, To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were his deeds joyously retold. For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights. And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light himself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. He was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to him. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again and live. I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
Why did this have to be secret, though? Other than, like...
That you will be my accomplice?
Like, you could have just shown up and be like, yo, this is the
It
situation.
was you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood, and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. It was clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity, and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity, and make of it a portent. A prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the Rift.
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would. And I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
Careful now. If you lose control again, the Light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do? should be on our way. Diassian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Eorzea to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
I love the all, like, when the story just, like, kind of clicks all into place. I love it. Did you find the answers you sought? If there is nothing more you need, I will go and lock the door. I have questions about the Tempest. The Tempest? That is the name given to the seas by which Eorzea is bound. If you make a request to the Tamers, they will provide you with an amuro to fly over the waters, but... Do you mean to leave this right this moment? Alone? I'm not sure that... Nay, I will not seek to stop you. Go with the blessings of Shadow, and I shall await your safe return. It's Sayaman again! I still haven't seen Sayaman and Sayagirl in the same place at the same time. But I've seen them both running around in too short a span from each other for them to be the same person. They must be different people. You require an amuro? Just a moment. I shall saddle you with our swiftest beast to fly you to the island. The open water? To the depths of the Tempest. Hello, Reggie. How are you? Our amuro can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor? It's fine. For some inexplicable reason, the thing that lets me breathe underwater extends to anything I ride. Yay! A day off. Days off are good.
Ah, we have found thee. Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste.
I am indeed. I'm enjoying it a lot.
By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Eorzea has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
I offer no excuses.
Were any of the Scions present for the Crystal Tower stuff? I don't remember. Or was it just Sid? Were none of the other Scions present for that? So did none of them meet Grahatia before? They never met before. Okay, so none of the Scions were present during Crystal Tower. Interesting. So it was just Sid was the only, like... Yeah, Sid and Nero. Okay. Interesting. And then, yeah. As to answer your question, Reggie, I'm about to go to the Tempest to go fuck up Emmett Selk and rescue the Exarch, I think. I think that's what I'm about to do.
When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command. Pray believe me when I say that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee. Indeed, I curse the circumstances which compelled me to do so. But no further secrets lie between us, I swear it.
Isn't there a certain point where, like, I'm locked on progression unless I do the role quest?
I don't think this is a good idea. Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Eorzea. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again. Please, you must stay here, at least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in his way now. Not after failing him in his hour of need. No! The least we can do is...
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement then?
Is there aught we can do to help?
Though we may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight. And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
You told them?
No. Well, not in so many words.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive, and I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, it was clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
Eat him! That's right!
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
I don't know what they can do to help.
You might have invited them to join us, where there are not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O Warrior of Darkness?
Defend the Crystarium until we return. Okay, so everyone's like, we should be doing role quests now. Alright, I'll hand in this quest, I guess. Thou didst plan to commandeer an Amuro for thy journey to the open sea? I fear the following dive down onto Emet-Selk's underwater abode would drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convalescence, we considered the most effective, efficacious method for reaching the depths of the Tempest, and I believe that we have arrived at an elegant solution. Yet ere we discuss this step, I suggest thou dost conclude such pressing business as remains to thee in the Crystarium. Once the sea closeth above our heads, we are unlikely to surface again until our grand deed is done. Alright, so roll quests now. Actually, I'm gonna do it as Bard. I like Bard. I don't know why I decided to run. I can teleport there. Haha, I can walk on this. Kind of. There is an no, there's not. Fuck. Fish. Because the roll quest start at 70, so I can at least start it here. Oh my god, you're adorable. Hold on. I have everyone has to see how stupid she looks right now. Oh wait, no, she rolled over. I took a photo earlier, so I'll show you all that. Oh, magic and physical range are the same? Interesting. I took a photo before. She still looked really dumb, but less dumb. One moment. There she is. That would make more sense. Melee and physical range combined together. But look at this dum-dum. She's so cute. Wow. She's really enjoying the heater that's right there. Anyway, where are we going? We're going up to this way? This way. And we're going to talk to you. Yeah, I will do all of them at some point. But I just kind of want to get progress out of the way for now. That's kind of like the thing that I'm pushing for at the moment. Like, I will probably do them in the I'll probably go back and do all of them in the interim after I've finished Shadowbringers, because I'll do what I did with Stormblood. After I finish Shadowbringers, I'll do a bunch of leveling and job quests and stuff like that, and then I'll do post Shadowbringers, and then I'll do a bunch of, like, leveling and class stuff again before I go into, Endwalker. Wait, he wouldn't happen to be... Sexy. Yes, I know. Yes, of course you are. 'Tis plain from the way you carry yourself. You're the sort of man I've been looking for. You're perfect. My name's Lurik. I'm a bounty hunter. But not just any bounty hunter, I'll have you know. Nay, I am not wont to settle for the run-of-the-mill prey. I hunt sin-eaters. And not only that, I have recently set my sights upon a particularly notable fiend. One of your 4 cardinal virtues. Those infamous instigators of the Flood itself. Naturally, it would take considerable strength and skill to defeat such a formidable eater, and I'm not afraid to admit I cannot do it alone. However, with the aid of equally formidable allies, I am confident it can be done. And you, my friend, are exactly the sort of ally I have a mind to recruit. I love how both options were very, like, negative. I knew you'd be interested. And should the challenge alone be insufficient motivation, know that I have substantial financial resources at my disposal. You will be duly compensated for your service, rest assured. However, as much as I am certain you are the right man for the job, 'tis only meet that I put your skills to the proof. A simple test should suffice. Pray do not be offended, but you would be shocked how many people present themselves falsely in order to enrich themselves, or to impress others. We are both archers. Let's go. Hop, 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 hop. Oh my god, where are we going? Oh wait, that's not even the right thing. We're going out here. Luckily, I have the power of flight. Whee! Actually, I'm gonna go pick up some better equipment for Bard. The Crystarium will have stuff I can buy, right? It's Saya Girl. See, I keep seeing them around, just never in the same place. What are the things normally sell like they'll be 70 and 78, won't it? Is that how it worked? They were up there, I think it was. Yeah, armor and jeweler were over here, I think. On the road again. No? Oh, I haven't even finished the fucking job quest for Bard. Oops. Like the regular job quests for Bard. Oh no, I can do more. Okay, I'm 72, so... It is fine. So I want... you. Hat of aiming. Acton of aiming. Gloves of aiming. Bottoms of aiming. Feet of aiming. Why won't I be able to finish this questline on Bard? Is it because of level stuff? Like it'll progress higher in levels as I keep going through it? Or because I haven't finished the job quests prior? Oh, is this a level 80 quest? Oh well, I've got other, like, DPS things. I want to turn this outfit into a glamour. I like this outfit, so I'm going to go do that as I switch out. What's this called? This is the... Gagan skin. Gagana skin. Cool. This is cool. No. I like the Gagana skin. I need to go fix it first. And welcome back, Materia. Oh, there's a mender right here. I can't do it as an outfit? Lame. 100%. I'm just gonna do this first part because like I can switch between, because this is the DPS one, so I can switch between. I can do Bard until it won't let me do it anymore, and then I can switch over to like Ninja or something for the rest of it, can't I? My weapon is still undercooked. I'm gonna go grab the... Wait, what level is this shit? This is... 395, yeah. I'm gonna go to Kugane and grab the Rowena bow for level 70. Or will it not let me pick like switch classes in between? I feel like I already picked this up at some point. But I don't have it. Oh, well, I've got it now. But yeah, I'll just run it as far as I can with Bard. Mostly because I haven't actually played Bard for a while, and I like Bard. It's fun. So I'll just do a little bit more with it while I've got it in a level range for something. Here we are, our proving grounds. You need only a slayer beast of suitable ferocity before my very eyes to demonstrate your own. Naturally, we require bait to lure one out of hiding. Oh, my lord. Got your package here. Well done, my good man, and here is your payment. This man is very well armed for a porter. Oh, this... the bait in question. Easier to have it delivered than to take a detour to pick it up myself. Rather more efficient as well. Time is money. Now then, you only need place it in the open and slay whatever comes to claim it. I cannot imagine it will take long for something to come hither. What's this one do again? Ah. Make my heals more healy. Fantastic! I knew I was not wrong about you. Come, let us return to the Crystarium at once. This was not the correct location. Yeah. Though, honestly, it's probably not that far away. Congratulations on a kill well made, my good man. I dare say this is the beginning of a beautiful partnership. Let us commemorate on the occasion with a feast. Eat, drink, and be merry. Grunt, crunch, crunch, snort, slurp, grunt. Wonderful stuff, isn't it? My compliments to the chef. Another helping? No? Are you sure? It really is no bother. Oh, very well. He's so pompous. I should like to return to our earlier discussion. That of the virtue I have engaged you to hunt with me. Hello, hello, Pix. How you doing? How is your stream? Andrea is her name, and she roams Norvrant in the guise of Renderey, fallen warrior of light and renowned hunter of Eld. Mine's going well. She is a most elusive eater who has been sighted in every corner of the realm. Though her movements are unpredictable, she has often been witnessed pursuing and slaying extraordinarily dangerous beasts. I can well imagine the question forming in your head. Why not leave her be? If anything, she's not aiding local communities after a fashion. Is she not aiding local communities after a fashion? Alas, no, for the beasts she slays rise anew as eaters, which pose even greater threats to the small folk. So you see, this one wretched sin-eater is in truth sowing untold chaos by carrying on as she does, unleashing more of her kind on unsuspecting towns and villages across Norvrant. Only you and I can stop her. Yeah, I'm doing the role quests. Well, one of them for now. So she was a warrior of light? Huh? I don't know thing to ask. But never mind all that. Whether or not they were heroes or villains or whatever 100 years ago doesn't matter to me. The simple truth is, Renderey was the greatest hunter who ever lived. And beating her at her own game would be an amazing feat, don't you think? And regardless of what the warriors' light were before they became sin-eaters, that's what they are now. So we'd be doing folks a favor by killing one. Well, what do you say, friends? Will you hunt Andrea with me? I hope I live to regret this. So begins our formal partnership. Ah, I can see it now. You and me in the heat of battle, fighting side by side. The picture of courage and camaraderie. It is going to be grand. Naturally, it will take us time to study and understand our prey. Eaters can behave in strange and inexplicable ways, particularly powerful ones like Andrea. I've been doing my best to get inside her head, to think like a hunter, but it is easier said than done. Anyway, as soon as I have determined where we ought to begin our search, I will inform you at once. Oh? Is the reward lacking? My apologies. Next time I will see that you receive rather more substantial compensation. Wait, it's you? It's really you? You actually came? I mean, never mind. You're here to hunt Andrea with me, yes? Of course you are. Why else would you be here? And wouldn't you know it, one of my hirelings should be returning with new information any moment now. Greetings, my lord. I am pleased to report that Andrea was recently sighted in Armorang, in the vicinity of Samiel's backbone, it would seem. Apparently, there was a vicious spider that was giving folks trouble, and now that it's been turned, it's about a dozen times worse. They'd be grateful for any assistance. I see, I see. Well done, my friend. Your payment as promised. So, he's not actually a combatant, is he? He's just, like, some dick with money who's trying to, like, be a hunter of some descript. Why bother going out and pestering the small folk for news when you can employ others to do it for you? The better to devote our precious time to rather more important matters, I say. And owing to my winning strategy, we may depart for Armorang, and the delightfully named Samiel's backbone, for in pursuing the spider, we may yet find its maker. This one. Whew. My neck is still in so much pain. Oh yeah, I can't fly here yet. That man has a purple dinosaur. Ba 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 da ba da ba. This is certainly the place. I gather those bones once belonged to dear Samiel, but I see no troublesome arachnid. It being a rather large desert, I had considered hiring a few trackers to hasten our search, but I have yet to spy a place where such individuals might congregate. Pity. Nothing for it then to roll up our proverbial sleeves and do the dirty work ourselves. We shall split up and search the sands for the sin-eater spider. Whoever finds it first may have the honor of slaying it themselves. And should we not find it, well, after we both have searched for a suitable length of time, I say we meet back here, let the hunt begin. You survey the surrounding sands, but find no trace of the spider you seek. I quite like this music here. That's not a spider, that's a scorpion. Just say spider-like Sin Eater. Damn it. Ba 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 da ba 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 da 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 da. Oh, she's like fully humanoid. I didn't quite realize that. Ooh, an echo. Let's go. There she is. The Scourge of Norvrant. The Devourer of Souls. Balam Queets. We bring this mark down, and they'll be singing ballads about us until the end of time. Never mind the king's bounty, hells. We could buy ourselves a couple of castles apiece. Flanking maneuvers, as discussed. Wait for my signal. Then we'll strike as one. Damn it, she's onto us. Don't panic. We planned for this. We'll act as decoys, while Renderay brings her down. Go, go. Wait, not yet. There's no need to rush this. Sod it. Always so headstrong. I can beat my head. I can't. Come back here. Finish it, you bloody bastard. Finish me. What? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I mean, it's not. They decided to run in when you were like, no, stop. Because they're dumb fucks. I'll not let it end like this, I promise. I'll kill that goddamn beast if it's the last thing I do. Oh, she's gone. Hey, what was that just now? I've had headaches before, but the way you were thrashing about wasn't like anything I've felt. By the gods. And I thought we were lucky just to catch a glimpse of Andrea. But you're also telling me you were granted a vision of her past with this power of yours? Two warriors killed while hunting a great horned beast. A beast that their surviving companion vows to slay in revenge. I've heard this tale before. I know it. It's a common enough sort of tale, I suppose, and regardless, she is gone. Come, let us return to the Crystarium and celebrate your accomplishment. Accomplishment? I don't do shit. I killed a dumbass looking spider. That wasn't even a spider, it was a fucking scorpion. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da. Alright, is this where I get cucked out of progression of... The table is set? Woo! Hello, Conju. Hello, Raiders. Scorpions are arachnids, but they are not spiders. I mean, that's entirely fair. I give Conju a hard time all the time. But hello, all the Raiders. You finished early today. How are we all doing? That makes sense. It is, from what I understand, it is not a fun time in the Northern Hemisphere at the moment, or specifically around Europe. How are you doing otherwise? And how are the Raiders doing? Hello. If you don't know, I am Zin. Zinbad Game. However you want to put it. I mostly play Final Fantasy. I am new-ish. I've been playing for, like, what's the date? Like 6 months now. I started in January. And I have been streaming pretty much all of it. I occasionally play other games, but mostly Final Fantasy XIV. I'm currently in Shadowbringers. I'm currently doing the role quest lines. So, if you're interested in watch me mess around with that, you're welcome to stick around. More viewers are always welcome. Yes, welcome in, welcome in. Enjoy yourself. But yeah, that's no good, that it's been really bad, but I'm glad to hear you're doing better with a lot cooler. Anyway, the table is set, and so I bid you to raise a glass with me, that together we might toast your spectacular accomplishment. Wait, why did that skip? Had your fill? I've another few bottles ready and waiting to be opened. No? Oh, very well, if you insist. This guy's a glutton. It occurs to me, my good man, that I have yet to ask you your name. So quickly did we forge our friendship that I hardly noticed until now. Oh, Chateau Jackia. Reed and O'Chateau. Yes. I rather like the sound of that. Reek and O'Chateau. The daring duo. The brave bounty hunters. The scourge of sin-eaters. Once again, and once we have slain Andrea, not a soul in Norvrance will not know our names. They shall ring out all across the realm. But I should dwell overmuch on the victory before the struggle. A wise hunter is prepared and patient. 'Twould be prudent to send double, nay triple, the agents afield to seek out promising new leads. A gillionaire. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're a gillionaire. Worried about the budget for our brave endeavor? Well, don't be. I am prepared to fund our activities as needed. No expense shall be spared. None whatsoever. Oh, it ain't my money, I don't care. I can't finish this quest for this. Okay, so I guess it's time to switch now. Because I'm only 72, so... switch to Ninja. Ninja. And... B. I love Ninja. I have thoroughly enjoyed every class that I have played thus far, apart from Scholar. Scholar does not gel well for me. Hello again, Pix. There he is, O'Chateau, come to rejoin his bosom companion in the great hunt. It is well that you have, for I have obtained new information concerning a sighting of Andrea on Eorzea. The fiend has transformed yet another deadly mark, a great bear in this instance, into an even deadlier eater. And so it falls to Reek and O'Chateau. There must be a different way to say that other than Reek. To slay this newborn eater and continue their pursuit of Norvrant's most notorious virtue, to Eorzea and to glory. But yeah, I do really like Ninja. I know you were learning Ninja a little while ago, and it wasn't meshing well for you, right? Am I recalling that correctly? Did you end up like picking it up? Like, did it start making more sense since then, or is the class still a bit meh for you? Let us brook no further delay and commence our search. Separately, as before in Amarang, if you catch the eater first, I grant you leave to kill it without me. I trust you will not be disappointed if the reverse were to occur. Surely not, surely not. I myself would be most put out if I happened to lose to you a second time. And so, on that note, may the best hunter win. I haven't played Monk yet. It is not something I have picked up yet. This is my class spread at the moment. It's not everything. Actually, it's less than half, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, definitely less than half. I really should have been able to tell that at a glance, but... As in, like, you hate the abilities that Monk got in Dawn Trail, or did they rework Monk? Did they rework Monk entirely? Ah, okay. You survey your surroundings, but find no trace of the bear you seek. Are most of these quests just going to be, like, the same thing? Like, I go to place, a hunt monster that has been turned, she shows up, I get an echo vision, end quest. Despite looking far and wide, you fail to see any trace of the bear you seek. Perhaps Lurik was indeed the better hunter this day. Oh, maybe I don't even get to fight. Okay, so the 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6, like standard combos. And now 1, 4, 6, 2, 6, 3, 1, 2, 1, 4. Is that like a random string of numbers? So do you like roll for your next your combo piece or something? Random numbers. Interesting. Keeps you on your toes, I guess. But yeah, I can see how that would be annoying. Oh, look, people. Are you paying other things to kill the thing for you? Hate to say it, Oshato, but it would seem we're late to the party. Landbird and his mates slew the bear before we could. So it's true then. You've cast your lot in with the boy. You poor, daft sod. But I don't understand. The eater was a newborn. How could you possibly have learned of it and gotten here before we did? Well, you see, that's the problem with relying on hired help. They're loyal to your coin, not you. And you're not the only one willing to open his purse. But more importantly, Reek, what's this I hear about you hunting Andrea? With help, I mean. Rather than all by your lonesome. I have a distinct memory of you storming off in a huff saying you didn't need me, or anyone else to finish the job. Tell me you're wrong. Do as you like. Help or no, you've no chance of beating me to the prize, because unlike you, I'm not all talk, and neither are my mates. Speaking of mates, how much did it cost you to buy his friendship? Do tell. Piss off, Landbird. Why are you still here? You've got your mark, didn't you? You should choose your friends more carefully, sinner. When it all goes wrong, don't say I didn't warn you. See, I feel like I should be changing my voice here between characters, but they both seem like pompous twats, so they end up with the same voice. You have questions, I'm sure. As you may have survived, Landbird was once a comrade of mine. I took him into my service that we might hone our skills battling Sin Eaters in preparation for facing Andrea. However, I soon came to see that he was not all that capable of a hunter, so I dissolved our working relationship. Unfortunately, he did not take it in stride, and instead resolved to recruit new companions that he might beat me at my own game. It would seem his fortunes have improved greatly of late, so much that I fear we can no longer afford to dedicate time to tracking lesser eaters, and must devote our undivided attention to the pursuit of Andrea. As such, we should be getting back to the Crystarium. But before we depart, I have one other matter to attend to in Eorzea. If I might trouble you to accompany me. But of course you will. Let us be off. Yeah, not something I can weigh in on at all, as I've never... haven't done Monk or Pugilist yet. It'll be something I intend to pick up at the... once I finish Shadowbringers. Are we going to the strip club? Chateau. Allow me to introduce you to my father and mother. No wonder you're pompous and throwing money around. You're from Eorzea. Father, this is my traveling companion and dear friend, Chateau. He and I have resolved to hunt a particularly deadly Sin Eater. Indeed, I cannot overstate how terribly dangerous this eater is, that to pursue it is to court death itself. However, when we at last triumph over the fiend, all of Norvrance shall sing our praises. Wouldn't that be wonderful, Father? So long as you don't sully our good name, you're free to hunt whatever quarry you desire. I can do without all the petty details. Now then, how much do you require this time? Out with it. Oh, never mind. Just give the boy my coin purse, would you? I'm sure it will suffice for his trivial pursuits. This is why you are here, is it not? Another handout? Don't pay coy. You've never been good at it. You know, I honestly don't know why I came here. Keep your coin, Father. We're leaving Chateau right now. I didn't even get to fight anything that time. Lame. Hop. Forgive me, Chateau, but I would forgo the wine on this occasion. Father's lackluster reception has put me in rather dour spirits. As you may have gathered from our exchange, I'm a free citizen of Eorzea, owing to my parents' considerable wealth. I have enjoyed a relatively privileged upbringing. Privileged and unbearably boring, which is why I quit the city and resolved to become a bounty hunter. I'm no fool, though. I am well aware of my fortunate circumstances, which is why I elected to conceal them from the people of the Crystarium. People are wont to jump to uncharitable conclusions. I feel as though you and I have established a rapport, though, so I thought it best to bring you into my confidence. I pray you refrain from telling others. Now then, since Landbird has decided to turn this into a race, we have no choice but to oblige him, and slay Andrea before he does. This calls for a veritable army of hired hands. Alas, in a fit of frustration, I refused Father's coins. Without additional resources, we have no choice but conduct the search by ourselves. Moreover, I am rather embarrassed to admit that I can only pay you a token sum this time, but I trust you will not deter you from joining me anon. I was never in it for the money. Really? I mean, of course you weren't. Perish the thought. Shadow, my friend. Thank the gods you're here. Ever since we parted ways, I've been exhausting myself, running all over the Crystarium, questioning anyone and everyone, hoping someone might have seen Andrea. But alas... only the Crystarium? Well, of course. Surely this is the limit of what a man with a meager financial resources can accomplish. But never mind all that. For it but recently dawned on me that the vision you beheld of Rendere's past could hold clues for which we have been desperately searching. When you first described it to me, I feel as though I had heard it before. And I had! My wet nurse told me the exact same story when I was but a boy. 'Twas a tale of a courageous hunter who together with their comrades embarked on a quest to slay a notorious mark, a great horned beast. They came upon their quarry in a desert, and they attempted to lay it low. Alas, the beast had a singular strength, and the hunter a fatal weakness. And so, in the ensuing struggle, her comrades were killed, leaving her, the sole survivor, to swear vengeance. Would you agree that your vision is a perfect match for this tale? Then there can be no doubt Rendere is the celebrated hunter, the hero so admired in my childhood. After that tragic day, the hunter resolved not to rely upon others, and instead slew the beast by herself. She somehow found a way to compensate for her weakness. Anyway, my recollection of the tale is likely riddled with errors. We should ask Miss Olvara to recount it in full. She was a bounty hunter herself before she entered into our service, you know. Also, in light of all this, I should share with you an interesting theory concerning all the virtues I heard from a fellow hunter. Apparently, each appears to be driven by particular memories, moments that forever changed each of those fallen heroes. Makes sense, doesn't it? Rendere being a hunter of notorious marks in life and in death. I don't know why it never occurred to me before. But if that is indeed the reason why she behaves as she does, then the more we can learn about Rendere's adventure, the better our chances of predicting where she'll turn up. All the more reason to go and see my former witness. Miss Olvara lives in Gatetown, on Eorzea. Let us be off then. I think going to Yulmore and then using the Aethernet to jump down is probably the fastest way. To the... yeah, to the gate. Maybe not. Maybe it still would have been faster to go that way. Chateau. This is Miss Olvara, the wet nurse who raised me for practically the entirety of my childhood. She was bonded to my family and lived with us in the city at the time, but when I came of age, she was forced to leave. My, you've grown into such a strapping young man, but I can't imagine you came to Gatetown just to pay me a visit, my little reek. Not in front of him, if you please. But to answer your question, we did in fact come to see you. There were stories you told me as a child of a courageous hunter. Was that hunter perchance the warrior of light, Eorzea? Of all the reasons you could have had. Aye, those stories were of Eorzea, the greatest bounty hunter of her day. The legend so many aspire to become. Less so after the flood. It was still fresh in everyone's mind when I was younger. And for all the good they had done in life, none could deny the chaos they sowed in death as sin-eaters. But despite all of that, me and my mates still looked up to her. We knew all her feats and swore to preserve them, in secret if need be, that she might inspire future generations as she had ours. So years and years later, when you wanted to hear tales of adventure and heroism, I couldn't help but share with you the ones nearest and dearest to my heart. I only wish I hadn't had to change all the names. Then it's true. The hero I looked up to as a child, whose tales of daring do drove me to take up the bow, as you had, to pester you for training that I might become a bounty hunter. It was her? Miss Elvira, Chateau and I are hunting Andrea, and we believe that one of the stories you shared with me may help guide our search, namely, the one about the great horned beast that killed her friends. Will you tell it to me again? Wicked White, is that? Oh, my little Reek, very well. Even as a young hunter, Eorzea's incredible hearing was unparalleled. She could track her quarry through a forest by the most minute sounds of their passing, from miles away even by some accounts. Even the most subtle and stealthy beasts never eluded her for long. A misplaced foot, a snapped branch. Eventually, Eorzea would know, and her aim was always good and true. As she grew older and honed her skills further, she set her eyes on bigger prizes. She became a hunter of notorious marks, and together with her comrades earned fame and fortune. As their reputation swelled, so too did their egos. Only the most dangerous game would suffice, and so they resolved to hunt the scourge of Norvrant, the devourer of souls, Balam Queets. But what Eorzea did not realize was that her greatest strength would prove her undoing. When she faced Balam Queets, the beast roared with such force that it brought her to her knees. Helpless, she could only watch as it claimed the lives of her beloved comrades and fled. I don't think it fled. It got bored. It was like, you are not worth my attention. And then it fucked off. After burying the hunters and vowing she would one day avenge them, she took to the road once more. She met Ardbert and his fellow warriors of light, and for a time she accompanied the fledgling heroes on their adventures. To them, she was a breath of fresh air. A vibrant young woman who savored every moment and found joy in the simplest pleasures. They knew naught of her fallen friends, or how their deaths weighed heavy upon her still. The party wandered the realm, performing many great deeds and growing ever stronger as Eorzea. While in Eorzea, she even devised a means to defend against the powerful roar that had been her downfall that fateful day. And then, while engaged in an adventure in Raktika, a rumor reached Eorzea's ears. Balam Queets, the scourge of Norvrant, devourer of souls, had been spotted wandering the Citia swamps. 'Twas a golden opportunity, but to seize it would be to face the beast alone. She could not wait for Ardbert and the others, nor could she ask that they forsake their sworn duty. Perhaps it was just as well, for the memory of her defeat still haunted her. The courageous hunter had allowed a single fear to take root in her heart, the fear of losing her new companions, as she had her old. So it was that Eorzea ventured forth in secret, resolved to slay her hated foe, the Balam Queets, alone. And with all her strength and guile, the legendary hunter did just that. Vengeance claimed she rejoined Ardbert and the others, and never spoke of the terrible battle twixt her and the dread beast. From that day forward, she was Renderay, the warrior of light, and the deeds of her and her comrades would be celebrated forevermore. It's strange to think that the woman I admired when I was young would become a sin-eater I swore to slay. What she became doesn't change who she was. Even if the tales were a little embellished over the years, they were rooted in truth. She was, and will always be, a hero to me, and to you, I hope. Thank you, Miss Elvira, for everything. I promise I will visit you again soon. So, Ashato, remember the theory I told you before about the virtues being driven by powerful memories? If Andrea is reenacting the journey leading up to her confrontation with Balam Quitz, the one that took her from Amarang to Kalusia, then her next destination must be the Raktika Greatwood. Right, that was where she laid low to the beast at last, in the Setia swamps to be precise. So that is where we shall go. Let us away. Now listen, Reek. There's an awful lot of people don't know about Renderay, or the world for that matter. So wherever you go, and whatever you see, remember not to take it at face value. Don't just accept what others tell you as good and true. Listen to your heart and decide for yourself. And be safe. Ashato, was it? It is such a pleasure to meet you, a friend of Reek's. His parents never hesitated to provide with him all the wealth and opportunities they could, but when it came to love and support, well, all I can say, it's a miracle the boy turned out as well as he did. One can never have too many friends, or too much support. That goes for you as well, I should think. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Teleporting everywhere. We go that way. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. Were they at least entertaining ads for those that watched them?
Your elemental power is green.
Was that a yes or a no? Ooh. Instance fight. Let's go. When I was little, Miss Elvira seemed so much bigger and stronger than me. Though, to be perfectly honest, the way she carries herself even now bespoke a confidence I cannot help but envy. That's true, yeah. Never mind that, we have a virtue to hunt. Let us commence our search at once, and keep your weapons at the ready, my friend. Did you end up back, Konju? You get your find your painkillers? Oh, there she is. About time our luck took a turn for the better. There she is. What, now? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The echo's great, but it's like a hella inconvenient at times. I wish you were all here with me, but I know it's better that you're not. We have a score to settle, you bloody bastard. And this time, I'm ready for your tricks. Did she get earplugs? Oh, am I playing as her? I am indeed. What's this one? An attack of potency fucking 1100. What's this one? Dulling arrow. Okay. Ow, kind of. Electric whisker. Stop trying to step on me. I'm not into that kind of thing. Electric whisker. This fight feels like it's going to be a bit of a slog. Most of the times when you fight as other characters, it feels like a little bit of a slog. You just don't have like the same damage output you do as your own character. She's fighting the fire-breathing lizard. Oh no. Ardbert! Ardbert to the rescue! Yeah, the whole party's here. Or at least two of them. I'm assuming the rest of them are here somewhere. Oh, there's the rest of them. Yeah, the whole group's here. God, I love Ardbert so much. He's such a good character. No, you don't. But yeah, of course Ardbert was going to jump in and help. There was no way he wasn't going to. Oh, again. I did it. Yeah, I didn't think that she would have done it on her own. Like the Warrior of Light party seemed like way too like close knit. He's a tough old bugger. Everyone all right? But I don't know what to say. Thank you, everyone, and I'm sorry for trying to go to it alone. And why, pray tell, did you even try to do something so foolish? If we'd been here from the first, it wouldn't have been anything even approaching a challenge. Back in the day, I was a bounty hunter. I've told you that much, but I haven't told you about my old partners. Together, we tracked and claimed countless notorious marks throughout Northrant. And we were the best in the business. Everyone knew our names and our reputation. They called us legends. And somewhere along the line, we started to believe it too. And then we set our sights on Balam Keats. I survived, and they didn't. I swore vengeance, but I had no idea how to go about pursuing it. Then I met you lot, and I thought that maybe with your help, I might just have a fighting chance. See, I never intended to keep it all a secret. It's just... you never asked, and since I'd rather not talk about it... easier to live in the moment, you know? The next town, the next job. The weeks flew by, and after a time I started having second thoughts. I'd lost those closest to me before. I didn't want to live through that again. Are we, or are we not comrades, through thick and thin? These bonds of fellowship between us must come before all else. Otherwise, they may as well not exist.
Good smell. Flavor.
You say the thought of losing us pains you. What of our feelings? What of our loss? What if we had not arrived when we did? You saved our lives more times than I can count. How dare you refuse to let us do the same? Ardbert looks so funny without his, like, full kit on. He's, like, so small. And without those keen ears of yours, I'll never know what bollocks Brennan and Albert are whispering about me behind my back. And ignorance is not bliss, let me tell you. This one's worth a fortune, eh? And fame besides, I'll wager we won't have to pay for our drinks when we get back into town. God, it's not another night to remember. Don't you worry about your pretty little head over our fearless leader's questionable constitution. Take pride in the victory, for the small folk will sleep easy once they hear of Balam Queets' demise. Until Ardbert, drunk and snoring, wakes them from their slumber. And on that note, I think it's time we quit this place. And Renda Ray, I trust the next time you decide to hunt deadly game, you do us the courtesy of extending us an invitation. And there I thought I was doing you a favor by keeping you out of my personal affairs, selfish as it was. Oh, fine. But if you go and die on me, I'll pay a necromancer to raise you from the dead so I can kill you out of spite. Agreed. Now then, when cutting off whatever it is you need to take back as proof of the kill, don't want to lose our reward on a technicality. Oh no, is that a piece of aurosite? That's such a fine crystal. Why not hold on to it as a memento of the occasion? Wake up, damn you! Hello? What's wrong with you? The second time your so-called gift has cost us a chance at slaying Andrea. You know what? I've had enough. Enough, I say. Yes, I don't need your help. I'm perfectly capable of hunting the Sin Eater on my own. Good luck with that. Upon our return to Gate Town, you are given your final payment, and will be free to go our separate ways. He's not very good at keeping friends, is he? He's just so grumpy. Ba-da-da-da. Hop, 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 hop. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I get suspicious every time I see like the crystals and stuff now because of this story that... God, I was remembering his name for so long after I finished the quest. I've forgotten it now, though. The guy from the Warring Triad questline. Because of what he said that he... About the... whatever fucking world he came from. I can't remember the number. The 8th? The 12th? One of them. Honestly, I don't know why I ever placed my faith in you. You're such a disappointment. consider this a formal dissolution of our partnership. Let none ever again speak the names of Reek and Oshato in the same breath. Yes, never again, and with that, I bid you good day. Yeah, Unu Kalhai, that's it. When he was little, Reek's parents punished him for a time by withholding his allowance. Without money to lavish on his friends, he soon found that many were only drawn to him by his wealth. I dare say he feared you would abandon him as they did, and decided to push you away first. The 13th. Yeah. I couldn't remember what number that one was. I'm not trying to make excuses for what he said. I only hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Take some time to think it over. Then come and see me. Now, take this for your troubles. I'm sure a talented man like yourself is needed all over the realm, and so I thank you for sparing a moment to hear me out. Since you two parted ways, Reek has come to visit me several times. I've been standing here the whole time! I haven't left! Oh, hold on, I have a great autocorrect story. Where was it? That's right. Okay, so I have a friend whose nickname is Ginger. As in, like, ginger with a hard G and an A. Ginger. And I was typing his name to another friend, and my phone was trying so hard to autocorrect it to Singapore. Like, I don't. That's some leaps to get through to go from Ginga to Singapore. Alright. Since you two parted ways, Reek has come to visit me several times. Though he is blessedly in good health, I worry for his spirits. I think you have been the only friend he's had for some time. I considered journeying to the Crystarium myself to look in on him, but I find my travel rather difficult these days. If you would go in my stead, I would put my heart at ease. Lurik's customary seat is empty, and there is nothing to suggest he has occupied it recently. Perhaps someone will have noted his passing. Lurik? The Maestel Lordling? If he ain't sat at his usual table, then I've no idea where else to look. Looking for Master Reek, are we? I dare say you're the only one. Word is Mummy and Daddy cut him off, so there's no point in pretending to like the little shite anymore. Last I saw him, he was moping about like someone had shot his armoro. I'm sure he'll turn up eventually. Eorzea, right? You're Lou Reek's partner. I was with Landbird, remember? Was, I ought to stress. 'Cause after we left you, we headed straight for Raktika. We'd heard a rumor that Randrea was there, and Landbird wanted to strike while the iron was hot. By the time we realized we were overmatched, it was too late. I saw Landbird fall, and when the Eater set his sights on the other, I fled. Oh shit, Landbird's dead? Call me a coward if you like, but my cowardice saved my life. Wicked White. I still remember looking back as I ran, and seeing Landbird rise at his feet. I told everyone what had happened, to warn them off the hunt. Some listened, but a few bloody fools took up their weapons and joined the hunt. Glory-hungry imbeciles, and not another one of them has returned. Didn't expect Lurik to be one of them neither. I remember thinking it odd, especially when I saw him leave for Raktika alone. You're meeting him there, I suppose? Good luck, friend. But I have no doubt you're going to your doom. This room smells like feet all of a sudden. Why does this room all of a sudden smell like feet? Burb. Ba 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 ba. Da 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 ba ba da ba da da. Are you sitting or are you dead? Or hurt, rather. Chato, why are you here? Don't tell me you came for me. It's terrible. It's horrible. Andrea, she... God. I'm having so many echoes right now. I've had fuck all echoes since I've come to the first, but, all of a sudden I'm having all of them. Randrea, if aught of you remains, then hearken to my words. I have come to lay your soul to rest. Alone, as you yourself faced Balam Keats a century ago on this very ground. Landbird. Oh gods, no. The other warriors of light. If I had done the other role quests prior, would they have still been there? Or is that entirely, like, isolated, that'll always happen like that? Don't tell me. You beheld a vision of my past just now, didn't you? I thought as much. Wasn't but a moment ago that I confronted them. Awfully useful, that trick of yours, though I can't understand why you kept using it every time we ran into Andrea. Can't control when it happens. Huh? So it wasn't something you did deliberately? Good to know. Anyway, unintentional or not, at least I won't have to convince you of what I saw. She turned Landbird and those other hunters into sin eaters like herself. Oh, those were just other hunters, okay. I thought they were the other warriors of light. A Hume axeman, a Galgian swordsman, and a dwarven healer. An elven mage. Looked awfully familiar, didn't it? She's rebuilding her fellowship. She's remaking the warriors of light. But for the loaf of me, I can't understand why. I understand why she came here in the first place. She's reliving the hunt for Balam Queets. But Rendere slew the beast by herself. The stories were clear about that. What? They were there too? Then the stories were wrong? God, strike me down. I've been such a fool. Why did I ever think I could do this alone? I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me for all the things I said, Hoshato. I've regretted my behavior ever since the day we parted ways. It was stupid and nonsensical and utterly pointless. I'm not sure I could ever tell you why I did what I did. Fine. Water under the bridge. It's such an angry expression on my face before that. Thank you, my friend. I hope it's alright if I call you that. Right. Andrea should be around here somewhere, still on the hunt for Balam Queets, I expect. Not that she'll ever find it. No doubt Landbird and the others are with her too. He and I may have had our differences, but I'd not wish that fate on my worst enemy. He deserves to be laid to rest, they all do. Rendere most of all. She is my hero. And if I have to kill her to save her soul, then so be it. But this is too much for even the best hunter to handle alone. And I am far from the best. The only way to see this through is together. You and me, my friend. What say you? I feel like Ardbert should be part of this questline. I ask for a word and you give me a nod. Fair enough. Before we resume the hunt in earnest, though, let us return to Gatetown and let Miss Olvara know all is well. After all, you wouldn't have come unless she sent you. But yeah, also they weren't actually the Warriors of Light like I thought they were, so don't matter. But yeah, what was I just saying? I was saying something. Oh yeah, I feel like Ardbert should be part of this quest line. Like, this is very central to him and his companions. More accurately, his companions. Because it would be their corpses that the Sin Eaters possess, right? Because their souls got absorbed by Minfilia when she did the oogity boogity thing and stopped the flood. So it would just be their bodies and ether, I guess. The ether from their bodies? I don't know. I'm sure it'll get explained in some capacity. Or it won't, and I'll be forever confused. Shato, what a pleasure to see you again. And in the company of little Reek, no less. Am I right in assuming you've patched things up? I should think so, yes. And it's all thanks to you. Had you not implored him to give me another chance, I might well be sitting alone in the swamps, dwelling on my myriad failings. And you, my friend, I know not why you sought her out on your own, but I am glad you did. Miss Elvira is perhaps the only person who truly cares for my well-being. But she has no one to look after her. Don't be silly, Reek. I have you, don't I? And before you start blabbering about how you wish you could properly reward a Chateau, as I can tell you're about to do, know that I've prepared a hearty meal just for him. Oh, that's very thoughtful of you. Nevertheless, I shall see you both duly compensated once we've claimed our bounty for Andrea. And claim it we shall, for united, Reek and O'Shato are unstoppable, is what I would like to say, but I know my own limitations better than anyone. 'Twould be prudent to make proper preparations at this juncture. You too shall see to it that you are ready for the struggle ahead. It will be a mighty one indeed, but one well worth the effort, my friend. So am I 79 now? This is level 80. Okay. Ooh. That's some fancy materia that I've never seen before. Okay. So I guess I have to do this as... Well, I don't have to do it as... I just have to hand it in as a level 80, right? I have Dragoon's level 80, so I can do that. I'll keep doing it as Ninja, though. Chateau, my friend, my partner, I trust you are ready? Good, good. That is very good indeed. For before we depart to face Andrea, for what I pray is the final time, I have a confession to make. Is it that you can't fight? Yeah. I may have been somewhat misleading when I intimated the tremendousness of my martial prowess. In truth, it rather pales in comparison to yours. Do tell. You must be terribly crestfallen, I am sure. It is my deepest regret that I allowed you to labor under the misapprehension that we were equals for so long. In my defense, I must say that when I realized what an exceedingly powerful warrior you truly are, I was dumbstruck. I struggled to conceive of how even to broach the subject. Furthermore, I must admit that great majority, nay, all of our efforts to hone our skills in preparation for the battle to come have been entirely for my benefit, that the disparity between us might not be so readily apparent. To think that my insecurity drove me to postpone this fateful day for so long. In my cowardice, I allowed Andrea to assemble a party of followers, where before we might have only contend with the one foe, we must now confront 5. And for all my preparation, I am still no more likely to be an asset to you than a hindrance. But perhaps that need not be the case. In discussing this grim reality with Miss Elvira while you were away, we hit upon a potential stratagem. Recall you Endore's greatest strengths and weakness, her preternatural hearing. We can be reasonably certain that Andrea is possessed of it as well. Therefore, if you are a fashion of device that can produce a loud noise at will, you could use it to secure an advantage in your battle. What I lack in strength of arms, I make up for in guile. While it not guarantee us victory, it will surely bring us one step closer. A thousand pardons, Master Reek, but I am come to deliver a message from your Lord Father. Aye? What does he want with me now? It has come to your Lord Father's attention that you have acquitted yourself rather poorly as a bounty hunter, and have brought terrible shame upon your family name. He commands you to cease all such activities at once, and return to the city forthwith. Should you fail to do so, you will be stripped of your citizenship and family name. No further financial assistance will be provided. Oh dear. You may tell my father and mother the following, that I am Lou Reek, proud bounty hunter, slayer of sin-eaters, that I have no intention of renouncing this cause, and that they are free to do as they deem fit. Tell them that if they have no son, then I have no parents, that I have no family save Miss Elvira, who has shown me more love than they ever have. Very good, Master Reek. I shall deliver your reply to them at once. Oh, he's happy about this shit. There was a little smile there. He was like, yeah, you go. Right, now that that's settled, we can get to work crafting the giant noisemaker of ours. Let us consult with the craftsman of the crystalline mean at once. Dare say, Lee, you lit a fire under him, Oshato. I never thought I'd see the day when he'd mustered the courage to say anything like that to his parents. That one. Nope. What's all this? You've got something that needs making? Indeed I do, good sir. I wish to commission the production of a device that can generate a tremendously loud sound. It must be small and light enough to be carried by a single individual as well. Ain't that one of the stranger requests I've heard? Well, if it's just noise you want, then I'd wager we can make do with a special blend of fire sand. I think I've got just the recipe for your needs. I'll need some choice ingredients, mind, and you'll need to go and fetch them for me. Fetch? What is it precisely that you require? Well, there's one particular beastie, native to Eorzea, that's got a singular diet, and leaves these massive dung piles. The fresher the better, if it please. A few varieties of grass of native to Raktika, and some iron ore from Amarang. I can give you a list, if you like. To wit, I will need to travel to the far corners of Norvrant and back. Oh dear, this is rather more involved than I... No more excuses. I will do whatever must needs be done to see this through to the end. My friend, I will not impose these tasks upon you. I insist you remain here while I go and fetch the required materials. Cool. I don't gotta do shit. Where am I waiting for him? Ah, back there, okay. You have indeed seen a sprout in Shadowbringer MSQ. That is exactly where I am. Well, sorry. I am technically detouring at the moment to do my job quests so I can finish. Because apparently I get locked out pretty soon if I don't do the job quest stuff. The role quests. I've enjoyed Shadowbringers a lot. It's great. Absolutely wonderful. It is indeed. I am absolutely loving pretty much every aspect of it. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this is how others feel when I do all the things. It was a series of surprisingly harrowing experiences, but in the end, I managed to obtain the materials necessary for the construction of my secret weapon. That gentleman was rather accommodating. Despite being somewhat put out that I had not any guild to pay him for his labor, he was nevertheless willing to teach me how to craft the arrows myself. He said he found my industriousness endearing. Unfortunately, Alliance raids are a little hard for me to do. I'm on the Materia data center, so in OCE, so population's a little low. So Alliance raids are a little hard to get into. I haven't managed to get the Stormblood ones done either. You can't. People in Materia data center are stuck here. It's one-way travel. I must confess, despite being utterly exhausted by all this busywork, it has been somewhat refreshing. And now that my noisemaker arrows are ready, I cannot wait to put them to proof. If all goes to plan, the explosion should be loud enough to incapacitate Andrea for a time. Let us put an end to her tale, my friend, and in doing so, write the opening of ours. That of Reek and Oshato, bounty hunters extraordinaire. Come, Raktika, and glory awaits. Yeah, I live here. And forever shall I always live here. This way. Yeah, I did the Heavensward Alliance raids unsynced with some of these guys. They were very helpful with it. No. Definitely better Gentleman Detective Extraordinaire. You can't get better than the Oh, that's trippy. You can't get better than the Gentleman Extraordinaire. Ah, okay. I do have to do this as Dragoon. If I may make one small request before we begin, please, for the love of gods, please try not to succumb to any visions of people's pasts. This really could not be a worse time. If I can teleport in like Asians. It's fine, Hildy's immortal. Well, are you still with me in the here and now? Excellent. Then we can attend to the task at hand without worry. Let us lay rest to our fellow hunters and grant Renderay the peace a hero deserves. You oddly find people streaming at 11 AM to 7 to 11 AM. Are you US? It's about that time in the US at the moment. Somewhere in the US. Probably. I don't know. It's currently 2:30 in the morning for me. I love the spinny spear. Go for the healer. Healer down. And this guy's being a dick to Blue Reed, so we'll get him now. Hey, get back here! Alright, you're down. Tank. Whoa. I'm trying. He's got a lot of hit points. No, I can't. I'm downed. What? What the fuck is this ability? What? That was cool. How did I get that? Oh, at level 80. Okay. Sorry for being a little quiet, a little locked in. Ah! And she down. Whew. That was a rough fight. Well, not rough. It was just a lot. It was just, especially starting off, I just ran in and it was like fucking explosions everywhere and spinning and backflipping and kicking, and we won. Even seeing it and saying it hardly feels real. What's that you've got there? Wicked White, you're... Oh, it wasn't just her corpse, it was her actual, like, soul as well? You're Renderay, the real Renderay? Or is this like her ether? And her soul was what was, like, absorbed by Minfilia. Oh, it's a shade of her. Okay. I should have never betrayed your trust. Never again, I swore. Never again. Balam Queets, the Shadowkeeper, the Flood. Come what way, we would face it together, no matter how hard it got, or how terrified I was. That's what it means to let someone into your heart, knowing full well that nothing lasts forever. To welcome the fear, the pain, the sorrow. When I lost my parents, when we laid the Keeper low, you felt it too, didn't you? Oh man. The fact that she's talking about doing it all together and never being alone makes Ardbert's like 100-year fucking solitude so fucking brutal. Even more. You felt it too, didn't you? To place our faith in a desperate, hopeless attempt to save everyone, and to see it amount to naught in the end. What else could we do but offer up that tiny remainder in a final, futile effort, even knowing deep down it was worth but a few moments more? What is this? You gave me fear, and that fear gave me strength. Wait, there's so much I want to ask. I don't understand. What was she talking about? It's not right. It's not fair. Heroes sacrificing themselves for nothing. Becoming villains. Being forgotten. Thank you, Oshato. We could have never gotten this far without your help. I had no idea who Renderay or any of the other warriors of light truly were. It was all ancient history to me. Why would I care who some eaters once were? I was no better than my parents, judging them out of hand, dismissing their sacrifice, not bothering to look deeper. It made it all the easier to pursue Andrea for my own amusement. I pray I've made up for it in part by helping to lay Renderay's soul to rest. Miss Olvara is probably worried sick about us both. We should return to Eorzea and let her know we're all right. Lahi? I still feel really weird that Ardbert wasn't part of that at all. I feel like he really should have been. What spectrum? Like the autistic spectrum? Or is spectrum something specific? What's Windstream? Oh, okay. Yes, I do hear that in a lot of places in America, the internet providers are, you're choosing from pile of shit number A versus number A, pile of shit number 1 versus pile of shit number 2. That is what I've heard about a lot of areas in the US. My little freak, Oshato, congratulations on a job well done. And from one hunter to another, thank you for helping Render Ray to achieve a measure of peace. She was a hero to me too, and it broke my heart to know what had become of her. Also, welcome back from the ads, everyone. To have her legacy tarnished so, to have the world call you a villain, even still. But at least I can take comfort in knowing she is finally enjoying a long rest. Whatever others may say, we will still preserve the truth in story and song. Render Ray, the bravest hunter there ever was, and more importantly, a true friend to those she held dear. I can only hope to measure up to her example someday. For now, however, I say we return to the Crystarium and raise a glass in celebration. Part of that's about, like, only certain providers have, like, specific coverage to certain areas, right? Or something like that? Oh, weird, okay. Yeah, the infrastructure is so different over there. Like here, everything's available everywhere, pretty much. With some exception if you live out in the middle of fucking nowhere, but... just pretty much everything's available everywhere. That being said, we only have a small handful of different providers, but they all piggyback off each other's infrastructure. None of them realistically own the entire infrastructure network. They all own bits and pieces of it, and they all use each other's networks. Andrea's bounty has been paid to us in full, my friend. So come, let us eat, drink, and be merry. I've been meaning to ask, Oshato, but I have the impression you are rather more acquainted with these warriors of light than you've been letting on. What exactly do you know about them? Why, I'm giving him the full fucking story? I've been so secretive about this whole thing, like not letting the people of the First know the existence of the source and shit like that. That is so preposterous a tale that I have no choice but to assume it is true. Offering up their lives to first cross the rift, then to halt the flood? Wicked White. It must have taken her so much courage to see it through to those final moments. A courage born not of desire for glory or dedication to an ideal, but of fear and love of losing those whom she had forged unshakable bonds, her comrades. I won't pretend that we have anything even approaching such a powerful connection, but I would like to think that if you were in mortal peril, that I would fly at your side without hesitation. Having said that, if I were tested as Renderay were, if I were challenged to offer up my life for others, without even knowing if it would amount to aught, I doubt I could rise to the occasion. Is this why this is essential? Does he show up in, like, the final fucking, like, in the final, like, fight or something? Because he's like, if you were in mortal danger, I will come to your aid. Is this why doing one of these is essential? I am a child and a fool who knows little of the world. I have been coddled and spoiled, and only just have tasted the bitter fruits of life that you and countless others sup on daily. You are made of sterner stuff, Ashato, far sterner than me, and that is why I know I can never walk your path. Do you wish that you could? How could I not? I cannot recall a time I have felt happier and more alive than when I have travelled with you. But you have countless other journeys ahead of you, don't you? For you are destined for greater challenges. Whereas I am suited to rather more pedestrian affairs. Know your limits, as Miss Alvara used to say. Meeting her again after all these years, seeing how much older and more frail she'd become, made me realize how little time together we have left. She shouldn't have to live out her days living alone and in squalor. I have decided it will not be so. I shall return to Eorzea and attend to her needs, for I would do my utmost to repay the love and kindness that she made me the man I am today. Who knows? Is this why this is why people have been recommending me to do all of them? Because I'll get the full experience of all of the companions showing up? Therefore, it pains me to say it. I fear the celebration must also mark the end, or at the very least, a tentative suspension of the glorious partnership that was Reek and Oshato, bounty hunters extraordinaire. I will receive no hints. No, okay, this is something about me. I will ask a lot of questions. I'll ask a lot of questions that I don't necessarily want answered. If you stick around and watch me for a while. I ask so many questions, and they're mostly me musing to myself out loud. Should you ever find yourself in Eorzea, however, do come and pay us a visit. Oh my god, that's a lot of XP. I really don't want to level out of here. I get all of them. Don't put me to 81, don't put me to 81, don't put me to 81. Okay, it didn't put me to 81. But I didn't get any new abilities for that, which is kind of lame. That's what the job quests are for. Give me new abilities. Okay. I'm going to take a quick little bio break. I'll be back in a few minutes. You can listen to some funky music in the meantime. When you say older quests, do you mean like ARR quests or everything before Shadowbringers? Sorry, older job quests with the older classes. Do you mean, yeah, the ARR classes or just everything before Shadowbringers? Wait, so there is another class quest outside of these roles quest? I haven't done a class quest for Dragoon. I'll have a little one up here that goes, here, have a class quest. Oh, okay, after I finish them. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, so I've done DPS, like physical DPS. I'm really worried about leveling out of some of my classes, because I really don't want to go over level 80 on things. I guess I'll do the tank one. Because I want to have everything sitting at 80 at the end. Did my class for Shadowbringers. I mean, I'll do all of the classes at some point. My main intention is, after I've finished Shadowbringers, before I go into post-Shadowbringers content, I will do a round of a couple of classes. And then I'll do post-Shadowbringers content. And then after I've done that, before I go into Endwalker, I'll do some more classes. That's generally the intention. I technically did my class for Shadowbringers. Now all your skills are all XP gained. I don't understand what that means. My only reason for wanting to do Sage is laser beams. 'Cause laser beams. That being said, I am actually probably finished for the night. As it is now almost 3 o'clock in the morning for me. I do... One of the ones that I am kind of looking forward to is Viper. Viper seems fun. And Machinist. Only 4.5. Not 5 hours. Only 4.5. Okay. But I've already done Ninja. I'm a big fan of Ninja. I did most of the fucking DPS thing as Ninja, and didn't get to fight as part of the quest as Ninja once. No, because the MSQ is still sitting at 79, I'm keeping a few classes at 79 so I can kind of keep up, because the MSQ hasn't ticked over to 80 yet from where I am. At least I don't think it has. Yes, Monk, Thaumaturge, and Warrior will all be on my list to do for once I finish Shadowbringers. Because those are the last 3 ARR classes that I have. So, Black Mage, Warrior, and Monk. I like Bard. Bard's probably one of my favorite classes so far. Which one, Bard or Dragoon? I've enjoyed Bard from the start, like as Archer. Or I guess like once I started being Bard, I think Archer was really boring. It was press 1 and every now and then press 2. You only don't like Dragoon because Conju hates Dragoons. Bard is my most recent level, so Bard is the one that I picked up most recently out of all of my classes. I like Dragoon a lot. Dragoon's really fun. I like spinning the stick around in circles. Just like a good like, hey, I am a Dragoon, I do not live on the floor. When I play Dragoon. You can even ask Conju. I played Dragoon when she was being healer, and she was like, okay, that wasn't so bad. I don't know if she's still... I don't know if she's still here, but... yeah. I like Dragoon. It's fun. I think people are idiots, though, so maybe idiots like Dragoon. Maybe I'm an idiot. But no, like, I like Dragoon because I like to spin the stick around in circles, and I really like Bard because I like to backflip. And the backflip, the button that does the like the AoE attack, but like the special conditional AoE attack that Bard has, you backflip when you do it, and it's really cool. Even a better flip? Nice. I love the flips. I mean, Paladin's fun. Being a Beyblade's great. It is my only tank, so I don't have any other tanks to compare it to, but being a Beyblade is fantastic. And the absolute, like, nuke potential of both Summoner and Red Mage both feel really fun. Like, their just burst damage output feels so good. Yeah, I like, and the White Mage is just, it's nice and, like, it's a very kind of, like, a sequential playstyle. It's good fun. Scholar's the only one I haven't vibed with so far. I get confused a lot with Scholar. Not confused, I'm just like, the kit doesn't seem to mesh with itself super well, and I don't understand it. It doesn't click with me very well. White Mage, on the other hand, is great. I'm looking forward to Machinist. Machinist is another one that I'm quite looking forward to. Pictomancer looks really complicated, but also pretty colors. So, yeah. And then Sage has laser beams. Laser beams have seem fun. In a way, I'm looking forward to playing through all of the classes. But do dancers backflip? I mean, pirouettes are pretty cool. I am particularly biased towards Bard, in a way, over, like, Dancer and Machinist. Specifically because I am an archer in real life. I'm not very good, but I own bows. And I do use them. So there's a slight bias there towards that. Yeah, that's something I do enjoy over, of the physical, like the range DPS and the physical DPS over the magic DPS, is the fact that, like, being, like, being able to move around. It means that when the fucking tank's doing their wall-to-wall pull, you can actually, like, actually still attack things instead of just running up. Because, like, when I'm playing a magic DPS and a tank's doing a wall-to-wall pull, allowed. Because, yeah, I just, like, as a summoner or a red mage, I'm just like, cool, I'm just going to run along until you stop. But, what do you mean you want to see me use a sword? Like, in-game or in real life? I mean, you don't even know what I look like in real life. I ain't showing myself. I'm keeping myself anonymous. As much as I can be. I can also use a sword. In real life, though, yes. I do have some capabilities to use swords. Funny enough, I'm, when it comes to, martial weapons, so swords and bows and stuff like that, I'm ambidextrous. Which is impressive, because I have 0 coordination with my left hand normally. But I am fully ambidextrous when it comes to, like, using weaponry. Thank you for the follow. It's appreciated. I wasn't strictly going to bed, I was just finishing up stream. But then conversations happened. And conversations are great. Thank you for the follow, though. It's muchly appreciated. Fine. Alright. we'll switch over to, here we go. Oh, okay, sweet. Having people to raid's always good. But yeah, yeah, so I'll do my little outro thing first. Drop the name and I'll set it up. Alright, you vouch for them? They're gonna be nice to all my community here. But yes. I'll give I give my little spiel first. Gremlins are fine. So yes, we are gonna finish up here today. I have the next 2 days off for my stream as per usual. I'll be back on Thursday with more Final Fantasy. So yeah, you can look forward to that. If you've been watching and you have enjoyed what you have seen thus far, consider dropping a follow. Follows are always appreciated. I appreciate your viewership regardless, if you follow or not. But if you do follow, it is appreciated. If you are already following and you want to support further, you can spread the word through your friends, your people, whoever. Point people my direction. You can also follow my social media, primarily my Discord. There's a link to that down below. That's the only social media that I really pay much attention to. Outside of that, if you really, really, really like what you've seen and you want to support me more directly, you can subscribe. Subscriptions are super appreciated. One day I'll have proper rewards for people who are subscribed, other than a singular emote. I need to get more emotes. One day? What, are you saying one day you'll subscribe? Or there is one day until you subscribe? Or someone has just joined the Discord, I'm assuming? No? My Discord made a bloop bloop noise. Oh, I see. You posted a thing. I see. One day I'll get more stuff. Yes, one day I'll have more stuff. This is true. I'm not the most artistic person, as you can see by my ending screen here. And you saw my be back shortly screen too. But yes, other than that, thank you all for watching. It has been a wonderful stream having you all here. And I'll see, hopefully, a lot of you back on Thursday. This is Thursday night for me. So, like, that's early Thursday morning for a lot of people in America, or, like, midday Thursday for those of you in Europe. And we will be passing you all off to a raid. How do I do this? Like this? Okay, I see what you mean. I just kind of like I opened up the raid and like unmuted it for a second. I was like, I see what you mean by gremlin. Alright, but here we go. I'm going to pass you off for a raid in a moment. Have a good day, everyone.